the lad says you need to wipe the lens.
They can't, it's actually steam inside it. So they're doing their best.
Can't wipe the lens, it's steam inside.
Okay, well.
The bag is not top.
No.
You think there's enough technology to not steam up? Like
It's unusual, like.
From County Leitrim. We're hoping for the weather to clear a little bit. We have a wet road for the Devaney Memorial Hillclimb here from the Connacht Motor Club. We have just seen the first half, or a part of the first half of run 1. We are hoping to bring you lots of action from different.
Okay, maybe this is better. Right, welcome again to the Connacht. We're just sorting some audio issues here. We'll be back in a second. Sorry about that. I hope you can hear me and that there's no feedback like I had in my ears just earlier. So welcome to the season finale of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. This is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club, and we're near Dromahair in County Leitrim. We have a full entry list today, and I'm going to get to that later on. I'm going to show you the cars coming down the hill right now from the first half of practice. We have 4 entries in the junior class, which is brilliant, and we are hoping to bring you some more footage from different corners up and down the hill. We have a tight and interesting competition for the last spaces on the podium, both in the saloon classes as well as the single-seater classes. It'll all be decided this weekend, so stay with us, and we are looking forward to the second half of run 1. And I'm gonna switch over to the other camera position in a minute, and I'm gonna give you more information on times as soon as we have them. So thank you very much for tuning in to Wenterpoint Video Facebook and YouTube Live. This is the last round of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, and we're looking forward to bringing you more action of run 1 as soon as the cars come up. Thanks for tuning in. While we're waiting for this interruption to pass, I'm going to give you the entry list of the event. So just bear with me 1 second. I had it there a minute ago. So we have Michael Tumulty, Elaine Kerwin, Kieran Burke, Siobhan McCann, Michael Furlong, Enda Byrne, Jack Kelly, Ethan Mulcahy, Leo Cuniff, Russell Stanworth, Alton McGowan, Chris Snow, Brendan O'Reilly, Quiva White, Johnny Murray, Billy White, Alan Lawson, Jack Mannion, Gary Bradley, Donald O'Sullivan, Aaron Kerwin, Seamus Anderson, Piers Handrick, Seamus Morris, Paul McLaughlin, Zach Gilligan, Francis Corcoran, Ruth Nugent, Irla Carty, David Hunt, Andy Purser, Ray Cunningham, Roy Baldrick, Robert Cummins, Brian McGarrahy, Gary Maloney, John Farrell, Shay Delaney, Dominic McLaughlin, Dermot Reynolds, Daniel Ewing Kelly, John F. Golden, Jack Carty, Porrick Cawley, Paddy Milet, Willie Barrett, Christopher Snow, Declan Gannon, Jack Handrick, Desi Martin, John Mahon, Tommy Gardner and Brian Kerwin. And talking about Brian Kerwin, we see that he's out with his Hillclimb car again, the lovely orange livery on it, and he had to use the rally car for the last 2 rounds. So for round 11 and 12 today and tomorrow he's going to be out in his lovely orange Hillclimb car again, along with his wife and his son, who's competing in the junior class. So good luck to him and the other 3 competitors in the junior class today. We're still waiting to get times, so as soon as we have them, I'm going to pass them on to you. What could we do to... I'm going to have a look at... 1 second, I lost my mouse. Oh, it seems we might be back on track again soon enough. Yeah, so whatever has caused the interruption, there is a car after going back down the hill, so we're going to wait for the officials. I think it's a focus to go back down the hill again and to let the next batch of cars go up. We're expecting a few more saloon cars and then we'll come in with the action with the single seaters. Obviously today could be the deciding round for the single seaters and the overall championship, so hang on in there, it's going to be exciting. And as soon as we have results, like I said, I'm going to share them with you. So yeah, we're just going to go back to the live stream, and as soon as I have the results, I'll share them with you. Thank you very much for tuning into Vantage Point Video Facebook and YouTube Live here from Dromahair in County Leitrim for the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb 2025, which is the one before last round of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. So thanks again for tuning in, and I see that the officials car is making their way back down the hill, so soon enough we'll have cars going back up again. I should maybe add that this is Saturday's entry list. Sunday's entry list is a little bit different, but we'll get to that tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. So this was the end of round 1 of the round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. I don't have times for you yet. We have some bovine companions here supporting us in our live stream. As soon as we have the results, I'm going to give them to you, and we're going to wait for the single seaters and the last of the saloons to come back down the hill for then to line up again for run 2 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thank you very much for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. You just saw a rundown of the sponsors, but I'll go into that later on again when I explain the classes. And thank you very much for tuning in again, and we will be back to you with more action from run 2 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. We just got the times in. Thank you, Alton McGowan, for providing them to us. So I'm going to read them out to you and also keep an eye on what's happening outside our caravan. So just bear with me 1 second. So here we go. Leading at the moment is Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive. I believe there might be a new machinery in the front of the car, so we will find out from him soon enough what is under the hood. But he's currently leading with 104.34. Then we have Declan Gannon in his Fiesta 104.70, and then Tommy Gardner in his Civic 106.94. I'm just going to go down without the times because I'm conscious of cars possibly coming up the hill. Behind Tommy we have Billy White, then Christopher Snow, Alan Lawson, Siobhan McCann, Pierce Hendrick, Seamus Morris, Dominic McLaughlin, Russell Stanworth, Ray Cunningham, Alton McGowan, Jack Hendrick, Shay Delaney, David Hunt, Willie Barrett, Jack Carty, Chris Snow, Leo Cuniff, Elaine Kerwin, Desi Martin, Gary Bradley, Dermot Reynolds, John Farrell, John Mahon, Brian McGarrahy, Seamus Anderson, Paddy Milet, Enda Byrne, Donald O'Sullivan, John F. Golden, Michael Furlong, Robert Cummins, Johnny Murray, Francis Cochran, Jack Mannion, Aaron Kerwin, Quiva White, Jack Kelly, Daniel Ewing Kelly, Ethan Mulcahy, Gary Maloney, Michael Tumulty, Paul McLaughlin, Irla Carty, Andy Purser, and the Memorial Hillclimb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. So thanks again for tuning in. Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube live, and we'll be back with more action soon.
See if we're at right. We're talking whack the most
Okay, this is the lunch break. So we just saw the officials handing out the lunch to the marshals. If you want to become a marshal, you can get in touch with the hosting motor club of each event, and they will give you all the information you need for the next season or tomorrow. If you want to join us here in Dromahair, County Leitrim, it looks like a drier day tomorrow than it is for now, but it's getting a bit brighter, shall we say, so hopefully it'll dry up a bit more. While we are waiting for run 2, I'm going to give you a rundown of the sponsors and the different classes again. So I'll play that for you now. So if you're thinking of sponsoring a class or one of the classes that doesn't have a sponsor yet, please get in touch with a member of the Hillclimb Commission. Class sponsorship for 1 year is €250, and your company name will be featured on the cars in that class during the launch of the championship and during our live streams, as well as at the end of season prize giving. The championship sponsor is Alekto. Alekto provides an electrical design, build and software development service to some of Ireland's leading production machine building companies. They also integrate end-of-line packaging system to Irish manufacturing sites. You will know the CEO, Tommy Gardner. He's one of our competitors here in his Civic. And I'm just going to grab their website for you. I'm sorry, I have loads of tabs open here for looking for the times. So their website is alekto.ie. So ALEKTO.ie. So that's the championship sponsor, Tommy Gardner and his company Alekto. Class 1A then, the Bantam Saloon class, is the Performance Factor Class 5, modified production saloons and roadsters up to 1400cc. They are sponsored by David Byrne Auto Repairs, and their website is www.dbyrneautorepairs.com. I'll just repeat that for you there. dbyrne, BYRNE, autorepairs.com. Class 1B, the Cento Challenge class, is Fiat Cinquecento and Seicentos as per technical regulations published on the Motorsport Ireland website. This class is sponsored by the late Simon McKinley, who, with Dermot Nolan, at the time came up with creating this highly competitive class, which has served several drivers as a start into motorsport. Billy White comes to mind, the current champion, who started off in a little Seicento, if I remember correctly. Class 1J then is our junior saloon class, drivers aged between 13 and 17 inclusive. Modified production saloon cars eligible for this class are Fiat Cento Challenge cars as per the Hillclimb technical regulations 1B. Cars that comply with Junior Rallycross regulations, Junior Mini Challenge cars as per Mini Challenge regulations, and J1000 cars as per the 1100 regulations. This class is sponsored by Motorsport Ireland, www.motorsportireland.com. motorsportireland.com. Class 2 then is the 1600 Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 4, modified production saloons and roadsters between 1401 and 1650cc. They are sponsored by DG Autos, and they're based in Ballyneety, County Limerick, suppliers of new and used cars, vans and 4x4s. They're a specialist in sourcing vehicles to their customer specifications, and Declan is currently competing in an R5 Fiesta in both Hillclimb and some stage rallying events. You might have seen, I think the colour has changed of the car a little bit. It's a kind of a silvery white, and their website is dgautos.ie. So it's www.dgautos.ie. Class 3A then is the Super Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 3, modified production saloons and roadsters between 1651 to 2100cc, front engine sports cars up to 1650cc with car-derived engines and up to 1200cc with motorbike-derived engines, silhouette cars and space-framed saloons up to 1650cc. This class is sponsored by Barrett Trailers, based in Kilfinane, County Limerick, and they are main dealers for Brian James Trailers, Cheval Liberté Horse Trailers, Debone Box Trailers, Tough Mac Cattle and Agri Trailers, Erde Trailers, and they have a huge range of trailer parts in stock, but also repair trailers. You can contact them through their website www.barretttrailers.ie, so that's Barrett with double T and then trailers.ie, so there's a triple T there, or you can call Willie on 063 918 43. Class 3B then is the Ultimate Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 2, Modified Production Saloons over 2100cc, Roadsters over 2100cc, and Silhouette cars from 1651cc to 2100cc, Space Framed Saloons over 1650cc, front engine sports cars with bike derived engines over 1200cc, and front engine sports cars with car derived engines 1651 to 2100cc, four-wheel drive production saloons and modified saloons. This class is sponsored by Dirk Yacht Charter. They specialize in skipper's cruises on a very fast red bay 32-foot rib on Loch Dirk. And you can contact Paula or Rory Stevens for more information. Shout out to Paula and Rory. We miss you and we hope to see you again very soon. They have been gallivanting, I believe, so we hope to see you back again very, very soon. Then we have Class 3C, Sports Car Class, Performance Factor Class 1, Silhouette cars over 2100cc, and rear engine sports cars, as well as front engine sports cars with car derived engines over 2100cc, alloy and composite saloons unlimited. Sponsors here are the Galway Mini Centre, Ray Cunningham's business, and their website is www.galwayminicentre.com. Class 4 then, the Historics class, is classic cars as per the HRCA regulations, reference Motorsport Ireland Appendix 49 and FIA Appendix K. Compliance documents would be required for this class, and the class is sponsored by CBI Freight UK Limited, Mick O'Shea's business, shout out to Mick there as well, and their website is cbifreight.co.uk. So I repeat, www.cbifreight.co.uk. Class 5 features Formula Ford and V Class Formula Ford 1600, Classic Formula Ford 1600 as per current or previous Ford Motorsport regulations, Formula V as per current or previous Formula V regulations, Appendix 4 to 45. This class is sponsored by the Limerick-based DPF clinic, Ben O'Brien's business. Shout out to Ben as well. We were hoping to see you out and we hope you're all doing well. Shout out to Claire there as well. The Ben O'Brien's business, the DPF clinic, are experts in modern diesel emission systems covering all aspects of DPF and AdBlue SCR system repairs and diagnostics, and their website is www.dpfclinic.ie. So it's all in one word, www.dpfclinic.ie. Class 6 is the Super Single-Seater class, single-seaters up to 2100cc having only 2 valves per cylinder, and single-seaters up to 1650cc having more than 2 valves per cylinder. This class is sponsored by Cottage Kitchens, Siobhan McCann and Enda Burns business. They design and make bespoke kitchens, utilities, pantries and islands, but also wardrobes, living room units, home office, understair storage, custom built stairs and storage solutions. They're based in Galway but cover the whole Leinster area, and they can be found on Facebook and Instagram, and their contact page is available on their website www.cottagekitchens.ie. I repeat that once more, www.cottagekitchens.ie. Class 7 then, the Libre class, features single-seaters over 2100cc having only 2 valves per cylinder, as well as single-seaters over 1650cc having more than 2 valves per cylinder, rear-engine sports cars over 2100cc, and four-wheel drive cars that are not rally, production or modified production saloons. The class is sponsored by Bell Homes, and their website is www.bellhomes.ie, and that's Shane Bell's business. So Frank Bell and Son Limited are a revered second-generation home builder near Mullingar, delivering high-quality homes since 1976, spearheaded by Managing Director Shane Bell, whom you might know as a competitor in a Subaru. The company has maintained its reputation for excellence through nearly 5 decades of consistent quality craftsmanship, and they focus on local development and maintaining high standards in construction. I repeat the website it's www.bellhomes.ie. Class 8A then is 1650cc 8-valve rally cars, performance factor class 6, 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with not more than 2 valves per cylinder. And this class is sponsored by AK Services, Alan Kane's business. They are a supplier of all things roofing and spray foam insulation for houses and sheds. And you can reach Alan under 083 094 8440. I repeat the number once more, 083 094 8440. Class 8B then is 1650cc 16-valve rally cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder, sponsored by Brian Kerwin Auto Developments, providing the following services: vehicle servicing and repairs, pre-DOF NCT inspection and rectification, cars, commercials and 4x4s, emission testing and repair, battery sales, wheel alignment, diagnostic and fault finding, and they are based in Adamstown, County Wexford, and you can reach Brian under 087 299 1460. Class 9A then, I repeat the number once more, 087 299 1460. Class 9A is the 2100cc 8-valve rally cars class, 2-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with no more than 2 valves per cylinder, sponsored by UMG Carpentry and Construction in Ballintoa, County Sligo, Alton McGowan's business, who are based in Sligo, serving the northwest of the country. All types of roofing and constructions are undertaken by them, and you can give Alton a call on 086 384 6973. 086 384 6973. Class 9B then is the 2100cc 16-valve rally cars class, 2-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. We don't have a sponsor for this class, same as Class 10, which is the ultimate rally class, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive rally cars over 2100cc. These classes must apply to all championship events, and the organising clubs may include extra classes or amalgamate classes subject to the approval of the Hillclimb and Sprint Commission. Rally cars must run rally ready to include tyres, seats, etc. So you can still sponsor these 2 classes, and in order to do so, please get in touch with Enda Siobhan or Ben O'Brien. Just a little information on the class eligibility. The FIA performance factor that I was referring earlier is a method of classifying the cars, the calculation which consists of allocating a performance value specific to each car based on its weight and technical parameters. The performance factor number of a car must be generated using the dedicated performance factor website, and the website is www.fiaperformancefactor.com. www.fiaperformancefactor.com. Classes will be determined based on the following performance factor points. So 0 to 59 points is Class 1, 60 to 119 is Class 2, 120 to 179 is Class 3, 180 to 239 is Performance Factor Class 4, 240 to 299 is Performance Factor Class 5, and 300 and above would be Class 6. And just on a side note, cars that are double driven can only be entered into one of the classes that I've mentioned before. So there you have the rundown of our sponsors. We just saw the officials' car go up the hill, so I'm guessing they're making sure that the coast is clear for the next bunch of cars to go up. Hopefully that will happen soon. And we're going to switch over to the outside camera again. It has dried up again and it looks a little bit brighter again. So we'll see what run 2 will have for us. The times, I suppose I can give you a few more times while we're waiting. because I only did the first 3 earlier. So this is very small, so bear with me. So Brian Kerwin currently leading 104.34. Then we have Declan Gannon in his Fiesta 104.70. Tommy Gardner in his Civic 106.94. Billy White in his Roger Formula Renault 107.02. Christopher Snow in his Civic 107.49. Alan Lawson in his Civic 108.22. Siobhan McCann in her Ray 108.40. Piers Hendrick in his Civic 109.85. Seamus Morris in his Fiesta 110.32. Dominic McLaughlin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 110.33. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus 110.54. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper 111.00. Alton McGowan in his Civic 111.15. Jack Hendrick in his Swift 111.30, Shay Delaney in his Civic 111.41, David Hunt in the Peugeot 106 111.64, Willie Barrett in the Honda FN2 Type R 112.47. Then we have Jack Carty in his Vauxhall Nova or Opel Corsa, if you go by the shape, 113.76. Then Chris Snow in his Civic 114.43, Leo Connaughton in his Punto 114.48, Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 114.52, Desi Martin in the Civic 115.07, Gary Bradley Ford Escort 115.21, Dermot Reynolds in the Corsa B 115.38, John Farrell in the Ford Escort RS 2000 115.84, Johnny Mahon in his DJ 116.27, Brian McGarity in his Ford Escort Mark II 117.16, Seamus Anderson in the lovely Anglia 117.38, Paddy Milet in the Citroen Saxo 117.49, Enda Byrne in the Shane Formula V 117.55, Donald O'Sullivan in his Honda Civic EK4 117.92, John F. Golden in his Austin Mini Cooper S 118.67, Michael Furlong in the Cooper 120.47, Robert Cummins in the Seicento 120.93, Johnny Murray in his Seicento, no, he drives the Cinquecento, doesn't he? He does. So Johnny in his Cinquecento 122.49, Francis Cochran in his Civic 122.74, Jack Mannion in his Starlet 122.95, Aaron Kerwin in the Ford Fiesta 124.42. He's the leading junior as far as I can see. No, Michael Furlong is the leading junior. He's here in his Mini. So then we have Aaron Kerwin in the Fiesta 124.42, Quiva White in her Seicento 125.24, Jack Kelly in his Fiesta 126.15, Daniel Ewing Kelly in his Micra 127.71, Ethan McCahey in his Seicento 128.69, and Gary Maloney in the Seicento is 129.88. So here we have all the times. We're looking forward to showing you more action soon, hopefully, and I will switch over to the camera on the course. You will see that there's a little bit less condensation this time, and we're going to have more footage from different locations for you during the day, throughout the day. And we thank you very much for tuning in to the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb, which is round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Connacht Motor Club, and you're watching it on Vantage Point Video Facebook or YouTube Live. While we're watching Zenon go down to his next location, while I have the other camera up here with me, I'm going to give you a rundown of the class standings as they are at the moment. Class 1A is currently we have a total score for Ray Cunningham of 80 and a drop score of 80. Elaine Kerwin 86 and 70. Jack Henrik 54-54. Jack Mannion 48-48 and Ray Fitzgerald 40 and 40. Class 1B. Robert Cummins, total score 92, drop score 76. Johnny Murray 72-72, Quiva White 79 and 65, Ethan Mulcahy 63-63 and Francis Dempsey 32-32. Class 1J we have Jack Kelly and Aaron Kerwin. Jack is currently leading with a total score of 77, same as his drop score, and Aaron has 48 and 48. Class 2 then we have Shay Delaney with 79-79, Michael Tumulty 67-67, Chris Snow 57-57, Piers Hendrick 53-53, Graham Bradley 51-51, Joe Clifford 22-22 and Patrick Higgins 9-9. Class 3A then, Brian Kerwin is currently leading with a total score of 84 and a drop score of 76. Christopher Snow 74-74, Tommy Gardner 72-65, Damien Walsh 34-34, shout out to Clonakilty. Peter Bogan then 21-21 on Patrick O'Malley 6-6, and Desi Martin signed up for the class but hasn't scored any points this season, unfortunately. Class 3B then we have Willie Barrett with 50 total and 50 drop score, and Shane Bell 10-10. Class 4 then is John Hackett with 80 and 80 and Mick O'Shea 29-29. Class 5 Enda Byrne with 80 total score and the same drop score. Siobhan McCann then in Class 6 has a total score of 100 and a drop score of 80. Johnny Mahon 54-54. Class 7 then is Billy White with 97 and a drop score of 79, and Russell Stanworth with 90 and 74. Ben O'Brien 35-35. Class 8A Kieran Burke with 88 total score and a drop score of 79. Seamus Anderson 72-72, Patrick Milet 64-49, Andy Purser 40-40, Mick Walsh 7-7, and Aoife Ferris didn't score this season, unfortunately. Shout out to her as well. We hope to see you back again next season. Then we have Class 8B, Keith Cullen with a total score of 80 and a drop score of 80. Martin O'Dowd 53-53, Donald O'Sullivan 50-50, David Murray 10-10, Ulton McGowan 9-9 and Ian Roach 9-9. Class 9B then, Gary Bradley 74-74, total score and drop score, John Pettit 70-70, and Class 10 we have Declan Gannon with 99 total score and a drop score of 80, Seamus Morris 55-55, Eddie Lyons 33-33, and Eamon Murphy hasn't scored any points this season. So these are the current championship standings. I'm going to give you the total score of everyone just as they come in the overall results. So Billy White currently leading with a total score of 92, Siobhan McCann 80, Russell Stanworth 75, Christopher Snow 47, Brian Kerwin 46, Declan Gannon 43, Ben O'Brien 26, Damien Walsh 23, Shay Delaney 22, John Pettit 18, Johnny Mahon 17, Willie Barrett 17, Tommy Gardner 16, Seamus Morris 7. Then we have Shane Bell 6, Ray Cunningham 5, Keith Cullen 5, Piers Hendrick 3, and Gary Bradley and Kieran Burke 1. So these are the overall standings. So exciting rounds, these rounds 11 and 12 here in Dromahair, County Leitrim, for the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb, hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. And we're currently have the lunch break. I should maybe have updated that in our writing on the screen, but we're in hope that run 2 will commence shortly, and I'm going to leave it up there now as it is. Yeah, hopefully we'll soon have more action for you. I'm going to play you the sponsors again for variety. As you probably know, every rock on this road now, this bit of road here now, and then Sen will be in position as well to give us a different angle of the track. So thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and we'll be back with more action soon. little interruption here as we see Quiver White waiting to be probably brought down again to start the run once more. Here's the officials' car going up the hill. So we're just going to wait for them to check the course and see whether everything is okay, and then we'll be back with more action as soon as possible. Thanks again for tuning in to round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Spin Championship 2025. This is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb here, hosted by the Connacht Motor Club in Dromahair, County Leitrim. And this is Quiver White in the shot, in the frame I should say. And yeah, we're just waiting for the course to be cleared again and for the officials to take Quiver back down the hill so that she can get her second timed run. little interruption, so they chose to bring the first batch of cars back down. You see them come down here while the little Seicento has been brought off the track. So this was most of the first half of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. As soon as I have more results for you, I'm going to read them out. And now we just wait for the cars to clear the track and for the second half of cars to go up the hill. Thanks again for tuning in to the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb Round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Connacht Motor Club here in Domerhere, County Leitrim. And you're tuned in to Vantage Point Video Facebook or YouTube Live. Thanks for watching. this was the end of run 2, the second timed run of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here in Dromahair, County Leitrim. We haven't got times yet, but I keep refreshing and hopefully we'll get them to you soon. I heard from a reliable source that Billy White unfortunately had a blowout. He burst a tyre. I saw him go nicely and sideways past our first spot here, and yeah, we have to see whether he brought another tyre to go and record a few more times. Hopefully he'll get sorted, or at least before tomorrow. So we will see whether we get times here quickly. As soon as I have them, I will relay them to you as quick as I can. So for now, we're gonna watch the sponsors once more, and then hopefully we'll have the times for you. Thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. So we just got the updated times, so I'm going to share them with you. No, this is the wrong one. So still leading is Brian Kerwin with 101.80 recorded in run 2. His run 1 time was 104.34, so you see what difference the moisture on the road makes for his car at least. Then after him we have Christopher Snow in the Civic 102.79, also almost 5 seconds in the difference to run his recorded run 1 time. Then we have Declan Gannon 103.33, Russell Stanworth 104.14, Siobhan McCann in her Ray 104.89, Tommy Gardner 105.59, Shay Delaney 106.44. Billy White did not finish run 2. Like I said, he had a blowout unfortunately, so hopefully he brought a spare. Alan Lawson then in a Civic 107.28, and we have a car on the road. Sorry, I missed that one. That was too quick and I couldn't hear it come. So we just go back to the course, and as soon as we have a little interruption I give you the rest of the times. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, while we have this interruption, I keep going with the times. So we had Tommy Gardner in his Civic 105.59, Shay Delaney in his Civic 106.44, Billy White didn't finish the second run, Alan Lawson in his Civic 107.28, Willie Barrett in his Honda FN2 Type R 107.86, Dominic McLaughlin 110.33, Paul McLaughlin didn't get 108.17, Michael Tumulty 108.50, David Hunt 109.21, Piers Hendrick 109.27, Seamus Morris 109.58, Jack Hendrick 110.10, Alton McGowan 110.31, Johnny Mahon 110.68, Irla Carty 110.99, Jack Carty 111.77, Chris Snow 111.84, Desi Martin 111.92, Leo Conniff 111.95, Gary Bradley 112.34, John Farrell 112.98, Brian McGarrahy 113.19, Enda Byrne 113.86, Andy Purser 114.09, Seamus Anderson 114.45, Elaine Kerwin did not get a time for run 2. I hope everything's okay. Donald O'Sullivan 1:15:69. Paddy Milet 1:16:07. Donald O'Sullivan 1:15:69. Paddy Milet 1:16:07. Thomas Sheedy 1:16:44. John F. Golden 1:17:29. Francis Corcoran 1:18:43. Robert Cummins 1:18:77. Michael Furlong 1:19:73. Jack Mannion 1:21:12. Johnny Murray 1:23:36. Quiver White 1:22:92. Aaron Kerwin 1:23:36. Jack Kelly 1:23:65. Daniel Ewing Kelly 1:25:58. Gary Maloney 1:26:83. And Ethan Mulcahy did not finish the second time run. We saw him meet the ditch there just where Senan had been positioned. So we're going to keep an eye on the track and hopefully we'll be back with more action later. This is run 3 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We're in Dromahair, County Leitrim, and this is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb 2025, organised by the Connacht Motor Club. And like I said, it looks as if it's drying up here, which some drivers will like and some won't. I won't say no more. Like I said, we're going to try and figure out why we are having this interruption, and we'll hopefully be back with more action soon. While the cars are making their way to the start line, I'm going to show some footage from the last hill, and then we'll be back with the second half of round 3 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. So we're seeing the official cars go back down to the start line now, and hopefully soon we'll see the rest of round 3 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. We're in Dromahair, County Leitrim, and this is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with more action in a minute, I hope.
much. Right. That's not so bad anyway. At least you're careful. Sure that. Did you bring the sulky down to Casabaldon, did you? Did you bring the sulky to Casabaldon? No, sure, give me a shout. Call me. What time goes on Saturday, is it? Sure, I might see you above. Right. That'll do. Right, go on.
Jimmy's probably getting the best value out of this thing.
Getting plenty of mileage anyway.
I'd say this was the last cars of run 3 of
for
round
it.
25 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here from Drummy here in County Leitrim. We will wait for the times to be updated and sent to us, so please bear with us. I'm gonna show you another
Once it starts going that way, that's the way it goes.
another run of the sponsors here, and then we'll hopefully have another location for you from Senin. So thank you very much for tuning in to Vantage Point Video Facebook and YouTube Live. This is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb, hosted by the Connacht Motor Club here in County Leitrim, and we thank you very much for tuning in. This is the officials' car returning to the start line and giving their okay for the cars to go up for their 4th timed run. We've no bike marshals this time, just in case you're wondering, so I'm guessing the clerk of the course or maybe Motorsport Ireland safety officer are going up and down the course whenever there's an interruption and making sure that everything's okay. And then they clear the course and then the cars can go up again. And here we have some ivy and briars. And back to the start line. It looks dry, although there's threatening clouds above. It might start raining again. I don't know. I think they want to open the road again around 5. And here we have the results. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown while I have the microphone open. So Billy seems to have sourced a tyre and he is currently leading with 59.55, so he was the first to crack the 1 minute mark. Then we have Siobhan McCann, hooray, 1 minute 30. So there's only 3500th of a second between the two. So this is going to be an exciting run. Now the last 1 or 2, we'll see. Then we have Russell Stanworth, 10055, Brian Kerwin, 10074, Christopher Snow, 10095, Declan Gannon, 10333, Willie Barrett, 10381, Ray Cunningham, 10444, Tommy Gardner, 10457, John Mahon, 1525, David Hunt, 1611, Shay Delaney, 1644, Michael Tumulty, 1678, Dominic McLaughlin, 10691, Alan Lawson, 10711, Seamus Morris, 10776, Enda Byrne, 10783, Paul McLaughlin, 10817, Jack Carty, 10844, Alton McGowan, 10847, Jack Henrik, 108.92, Piers Hendrick, 109.27, Irla Carty, 109.41, Chris Snow, 109.42, Gary Bradley, 109.88, Thomas Sheehy, 110.79, John Farrell, 111.01, Seamus Anderson, 111.39, Andy Purser, also 111.39, Brian McGarrahy, 111.58, Desi Martin, 111.83, Leo Conniff, 111.95, Elaine Kerwin, 112 flat, Paddy Milet, 113.09, Donald O'Sullivan, 113.73, John F. Golden, 114.14, Dermot Reynolds, 114.84, Michael Furlong, 116.60, Francis Corcoran, 117.28, Jack Mannion, 117.99, Robert Cummins, 118.05, Johnny Murray, 119.23, Kiva White, 121.27, Daniel Ewing Kelly, 123.24, Aaron Kerwin, 123.36, Jack Kelly, 123.65, Gary Maloney, 125.51, and Ethan Wakahi, 128.69. So that's the result sheet now. Like I said, Billy, Siobhan, Russell went ahead of Brian Kerwin, who was leading so far in his lovely orange Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, and we see his son Aaron Kerwin queuing up at the start line in his Fiesta. So he's probably going to be the first car up for the 4th timed run. I'm guessing that, as usual, Brian Kerwin is sitting in with him, because in the junior class they always have to have somebody else with them in the car, and usually that's Brian for Aaron. So they must have got the go-ahead to go up for their 4th timed run, so we're going to have a look at that. thank you very much for tuning in to round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. I think this is Christopher Snow Jr. here in shot, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't really know what the reason for the interruption is. I'm not sure whether it's his car. No, it's not his car. It seems the official's car is going past. So something must have happened further up the hill. So we're just going to wait for them to see what that is about, and then we'll continue with more action. So once more regarding the times, there's 35/100th of a second between Billy and Siobhan. I think even if Siobhan went ahead, if Billy stayed second, that would give him the championship. But Russell is lurking in the background. He's only 25/100th of a second behind Siobhan. So it's all there to play for. Never mind the Saloon Championship with Brian Kerwin, Christopher Snow, Willie Barrett, Tommy Gardner. They're all up there fighting for the championship, so it's a very tense finale to the season, and we thank the Connacht Motor Club for hosting this finale this year. As I mentioned before, there's another one non-championship event that is going to happen in September, and that's the first weekend of the September, the 6th and the 7th of September, the Donegal Hillclimb. I'm going to switch over to the start line here, and hopefully soon we'll see the officials' car come down and declare the course open for the rest of run 4 to continue. So here we see another car coming down, the Micra, and the officials' car is probably going to tell Chris Snow, yeah, to go ahead down, and once they are back down at the finish line, they're probably gonna, those two cars are probably gonna be let up again, at least Christopher Snow, because it wasn't his fault that the red flags went up. So yeah, so let's hope run 4 will commence pretty swiftly. Maybe we'll manage a run 5, although I have my doubts. There's a lot of entries for this event, and I'm just going to have a look for you at the timetable that was published ahead of the event, how long the road is actually closed. Yeah, so the last timed run should finish at 5 as per the schedule that was communicated ahead of the event, and then the road opens again at 6:30. You can imagine how much tidying up there is to be done. Bales have to be moved, and marshal posts have to be vacated, and fire extinguishers collected. So there's quite a lot to do for the officials and the volunteers of these events, and without whom the events wouldn't be able to run. So thanks to all the marshals and the officials that make these events happen. Probably most of them are Connacht Motor Club members, and we see here the cars coming back to the start line. I think that car is going to get another run, and I'm assuming that Christopher Snow is going to turn around as well. And here's the officials' car, so they're going to pull in there on the right, and as soon as they give their okay, the road will be open again for the rest of run 4. And this is round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. We're in Dromahair, County Leitrim, and this is the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. So thanks again for tuning in, and to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and enjoy more of the action now, and then more again tomorrow. So we have another interruption here. Please don't be bewildered by the fact that there's still cars leaving the start line. There is a bit of a time difference in the two clips that we have for you. So there you see that the officials' car is making their way up the hill, and they're going to pass our position here in a minute. So yeah, another interruption. It started raining again. That could be the reason for that. Well, I wouldn't call it rain. It's a bit of a drizzle, but nevertheless it can have an effect on the road surface. And if you have been thinking that it's mostly dry and it's not, there is potential for a spin or the like. So hopefully nothing severe, and we'll just wait for the officials to clear the start line again for the rest of run 4 to go ahead. We're going to keep an eye on the track here and look for the cars to come down, or at least the officials' car, and then we'll continue with the 4th timed run of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. I find it a bit hard to work out the class standings for you, but you can find the overall points and results as they are at the moment on www.irishhillclimb.com. And if you win your class, you get 10 points. If you're second in class, you get 9, third 8, fourth 7, and so on and so forth. So you will see then, if you have a look at the timesheets, who could win which class today or tomorrow. So bit of maths here if you want to spend your time doing that. Otherwise you can just wait for us to figure it out this evening, and then hopefully tomorrow I'll have all the results for you. Like I said, at the top of the timesheet there's 35 and 25 seconds between the first, second and third. So Russell Stanworth not even a second behind Billy White, so just over half a second. So, and Siobhan McCann 35/100th of a second behind Billy. So there is still potential, mind you. The fact that it's raining again now might be playing in Billy's favour, but we don't know. We'll see what the track is like once the single seaters come out. At the moment it still looks more or less dry, but the marshal has put on his hoodie and somebody has gotten out their umbrella, so it doesn't look as if it's just a short shower. But we'll see. Usually when the track, or the road I should say, is wet, the cars don't record the same times, which you can see when you look at the times of run 1, which was quite a wet one. So for example, run 1, Brian Kerwin was leading and his fastest time was 1:04:34, but then by run 3, which was a really dry run, his time was 1:00:74, so almost 4 seconds quicker. And that is a very similar picture all along the timesheet. So yeah, it does make a difference whether the road is wet or dry. And like I said, it does look more than a shower here now. It's actually raining, so it might play in Billy's favour. We will find out at the end of the day, and I will let you know tomorrow. But like I said, there's still a lot to play for in the other classes and the Saloon Championship. So while we see the officials car making their way down again, we will hopefully then go back to the start line with more footage for you from there. And I'm gonna try and have the 2 camera thing going on for you like I did before, And yeah, I thank you very much for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. You're watching the Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb here from County Leitrim, Drummer in County Leitrim, and it's hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. And we thank you very much for tuning in. So here's the lane curve on the start line, and this is run 4. So this was the first half of run 4. The officials car has now gone back up the hill to bring all the cars that have already gone up back down to the start line, and then we'll see the second half of run 4. I think it has stopped raining again, so like I said, it's going to be an exciting one because some of the championship could be decided here today, and we can't wait to see the second half of cars go up, and then of course to get the times to find out who won and who might have decided the championship for themselves. We don't have times, unfortunately. We only get the times at the end of each run, so all I can give you at the moment is maybe the sponsors once more, and then we'll look at the cars come back down the hill. Thank you very much for tuning in to round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. You tuned in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and this is a Tom Devaney Memorial Hill Climb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club, round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb Sprint Championship 2025. Thanks for tuning in. 4th run. There have been quite a few interruptions today due to the weather, I'm assuming, so there probably won't be a 50-time run, but maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the same course and a slightly different entry list for tomorrow, and we're going to present them to you tomorrow morning. All those cars are now going back to their service stations, shall we say. There's no paddock at this hill this year, so it's a road paddock, so just behind the start queue the different teams and drivers are lined up with their service vehicles, and we're going to get the second batch of drivers go up now here for their 4th timed run of round 11 of the Alekto Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. We're still waiting for the officials car. There it is. So he's going to pull in there to the right now, and once he gives his okay, we're going to see the second half of run 4 of round 11 of the Alekto Hillclimb Sprint Championship. Okay, car on the line. Hopefully a short interruption here again, as we saw Brian Kerwin making his way to the start line. Like I said, I'm assuming that he's sitting in with his son Aaron. So in the first half of the run, Aaron will go up with his dad sitting in, and then they come back down again, and then Brian makes his way to his own car, and then he goes up the hill himself in his car. So we have at least 2 or 3 more saloon cars to go up the hill before we will see the single seaters. And like I said, the championship could be decided there overall today, so it's going to be exciting, and hopefully we get the times in quickly. I'm going to be hard pushed to fill the void after the last car going past me and then waiting for the results, but hopefully we'll get them in quickly, and then we will see what the story is with regards to the overall championship. I'm not sure whether any of the classes could be decided today. I must admit it's a bit beyond me, especially with the drop rounds. So if I understand correctly, you have to partake in 5 runs of the season at least to qualify for the championship, and if you competed in all 12 rounds, you will drop 2 rounds. Or no, if you've competed in more than 5, you drop two rounds, if I understand correctly, and then whatever is left after that is what the standings are based on. So if you want to look this up yourself, you can have a look at www.irishhillclimb.com. We can have a look at which classes are close if you like. So class 1A, we have Ray Cunningham at the top with 80 total and 80 after drop score. Elaine Kerwin 86 and 70. So I think they're both competing here today and tomorrow. So that's all there to play for. Then we have a big gap to Jack Handrick 54-54 and Jack Mannion 48-48 and Ray Fitzgerald with 40. Class 1B then, the Cento Challenge class, we have Robert Cummins currently leading with 92 total and 76 after drop score. The 76 is still over the second in class, Johnny Murray, who has 72 total and 72 drop. And then we have Kiva White with 79 total and 65 dropped. So you can see there, even though Kiva has more in the total score, because she has to drop the 2 results where she had the least amount of points, her drop score is then obviously below Johnny Murray's, who has 72 for both. So the cars are coming back down again, and the official's car just went by me, so it soon will come down to the start line. And there we see Brian Kerwin. Glad to see this car out again, I must say. It looks stunning and he drives it well, no doubt about that, which is probably why he was leading after the first 2 runs today. So fair play to him for getting that car on the road. I don't think the engine swap was planned for before the end of the season, but he had no choice, and he entered the last 2 rounds in his rally car. Was it 2 rounds or even 4? I'm not sure now, but yeah, so he's back in his orange beast. And there's Russell Stanworth behind him coming up to the start line, eager. He wants it sorted now. He wants to see the end of the season, I'd say, and he wants to see, is there any chance that he could get to the top, or at least second or third overall. And like I said, it's all there to play for. And here the other cars are making their way back down. I'm guessing the ones that are turning will get another go at the fourth run. But is it Declan Gannon there in the Fiesta? He might have been the one who caused the interruption, and then you might not get a shot at it. But I'm not sure. So we will see later when we get the timesheet whether he had a recorded time for this run. And then, like I said, then we'll see the single seaters. So far only Ross is at the start line, but I'm sure the others will join him as it has dried up again. And you can imagine how little joy it is to be going up a hill in an Opel single seater when it's raining. So I'm glad for them. Although, like I said, I think there's a few competitors, even though they're sitting in single seaters, they prefer to have a wet conditions, shall we say. So yeah, so these cars are getting their, no, Declan Gannon is also turning around, so they're all getting a shot at the hill again, and it's 5-5. I think we can be sure now that there won't be a fifth time run today, but then hopefully there'll be 5 runs tomorrow, and we will go back to the live action now from the hill for run 4 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. And unfortunately another interruption here. I can't see from the studio caravan, I can't see what exactly happened. It happened further up the hill. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I'll just go and show you the sponsors wheel once more, and then I hope that we'll be back with the hopefully deciding action on the hill pretty swiftly. So we see there a few more single-seaters have joined Russell Stanworth on the line. I think I can make out Johnny Mahon and Siobhan McCann, I'd say, in the burn as well. And I think I've seen Billy White's Roger out as well, but it's very hard to tell. Maybe Sen can zoom in a little bit more so that we can see who is actually queuing up while we're waiting for the officials car to come down. So they're making it, they're keeping it exciting. And who knows, maybe we will be able to get an interview after the last run before we get the results. So the cars are coming down the hill now. One of them, Brian Kerwin, and we'll see who will get another shot at the hill for the 4th timed run. So that was Senan attempting to move down to show us who else is on the start line and maybe get an interview for us after the round 11 today has finished. So that'll be something to look forward to. And like I said, the official car hasn't passed me here yet. So we have a little bit of time. And then we'll see the end of run 4 of round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here from Dromahair in County Leitrim, the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. Thanks again for tuning in to Benchpoint Video, YouTube and Facebook Live. And hopefully soon we will know whether we have a new champion, a new old champion, or the like, or whether we will have to wait another day. The road must have gotten very slippery here with the last shower. I'm guessing that it's tough for some drivers to come back up again and estimate the dampness correctly and take the road safely. I don't think much has happened to the little Escort here, so it's going to go back down, but he's definitely the one who caused the interruption, so I'm guessing he won't get another shot at the hill. Meanwhile, Senan is down at the start line, or beyond the start line from our point of view, and he might be checking whether some of the drivers will meet us for an interview after the run is done. So here you see the start line while the escort is making its way back down, and then we have the officials' car here outside my window as well, and they're making their way back down as well, so the interruption won't be too long, and we will see the start line from a different perspective. And then, like I said, as soon as the cars come down, we might be able to get an interview. Here's Brian Kerwin's car. Orange, the favorite color of the family, it seems. So Brian has an orange helmet as well, and then this car. Then we have Elaine's car and Aaron's car as well. So the official's car is on its way down to Sennen. So we'll have some more action soon. And here's the championship photographer, Martin Gallagher. You see some of his photos on the Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship Facebook page. I think it's Irish Hillclimb actually is the page where he posts the photos, so you can have a look there for his photos. The photos are for sale, so you can get in touch with him if you want to buy one, if you found one that you would like. And we're off again, I'd say. Another short interruption here as someone overshot the corner, and we're getting another view of Brian Kerwin's car. He seems to have had a little bit of an incident there on the front left. Maybe we'll find out this evening what happened there. Sen is going to try and get us some interviews while we're waiting for the last few cars to make up their way to the top of the hill for the last timed run for today. I think we can be very certain of that. It's 5:10. So we'll see whether Sen gets someone to interview down at the start line while we're waiting for the officials car to come up and let Brian have another go. There we are. My apologies there for the audio issues during the interviews. We're going to try and get you a recording of the interviews for tomorrow morning, and I'm going to play them back to you. The concentration doesn't only seem to have gone for some of the drivers, but also for your commentator here. So the last car has gone up the hill and we're waiting for times. You see Billy White's parents and wife at the start line. They're clapping. I don't know what this is about, but hopefully it means that Billy has secured the championship. It looks like it, so they're eagerly waiting for him to come back down the hill, and hopefully Sin will get an interview with him. Like I said, hopefully the sound will work for those. Meanwhile, I'll have a look whether we have times yet. But no, they're not there yet. So what you see there on the right is the caravan of the timing team. So they will be able to let the family White know how Billy did in this last run. And we can't wait now to get the results. We still have no time, so we have to wait. But I just got the confirmation that Senan has the interviews recorded, so we will make a little clip for you to see what the drivers had to say. There doesn't seem to be, the times don't seem to be out yet. There's a lot of people gathering outside the timing van now. No pressure, lads. And we're going to wait for the last cars to come back down. Here they are now. So we'll see. We're still waiting for the results to come through. Senan is down at the start line. And we haven't got them yet. So bear with us. Meanwhile, the marshals are starting to clear the course in order to open the road. So thanks again to the marshals and officials to make it happen, for making it happen. So Senan is in a prime location there in order to get the results. Maybe he can get them for us. Exciting.
Many slides around here, boys. I won't see you tomorrow, but have a good day. See you later. Bye, Jimmy. Another lift.
So it seems that Billy White has won today's proceedings, although he did not finish the last timed run. He didn't get a time for the last timed run. Oh, he did 1:05.04, but the fastest was 59.55, which is still faster than Siobhan McCann, whose fastest time was 1:00.30. So I think we can congratulate Billy White for winning the championship, the 2025 Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. So I don't know whether Senan has secured to get an interview. You see the times here on the screen. Okay, so I got the times from Senan. Thank you very much, Senan. So Billy White won today, and I think we can say that he also won the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. I'm going to switch over here so you can see. Oh, you can see the prices there. Sorry. His fastest time was 59.55, so he was the only person to beat the 1 minute mark. Fair play to Billy White, and congratulations on the second championship in a row. Straight after him, then we have Siobhan McCann. Her fastest time 1:00.30, recorded in run 3. Then we have Russell Stanworth 1:00.55, Brian Kerwin 1:00.68, Christopher Snow 1:00.95, Declan Gannon 1:02.70, Willie Barrett 1:03.81, Ray Cunningham 1:04.44, Tommy Gardner 1:04.57, John Mahon 1:05.25, David Hunt 1:06.11, Shay Delaney 1:06.44, Michael Tumulty 1:06.78, Dominic McLaughlin Peugeot 205 1:06.91, Alan Lawson 1. Just bear with me. So Alan Lawson 1:07.11, Seamus Morris 1:07.76, Paul McLaughlin, Enda Byrne 1:07.83, Paul McLaughlin 1:08.17, Jack Henrik 1:08.39, Jack Carty 1:08.44, Ulta McGowan 1:08.47, Piers Hendrick 1:09.27, Irla Carty 1:09.41, Chris Snow 1:09.42, Gary Bradley 1:09.88, Thomas Sheedy 1:10.79, John Farrell 1:11.01, Seamus Anderson 1:11.39, same as Andy Purser 1:11.39. Then we have Brian McGarrahy 1:11.58, Desi Martin 1:11.83, Leo Conniff 1:11.95, Elaine Kerwin 1:12, Paddy Milet 1:13.09, Donal O'Sullivan 1:13.73, Dermot Reynolds 1:13.93, John F. Golden 1:14.14, Michael Furlong 1:15.93, Francis Corcoran 1:17.28, Jack Mannion 1:17.99, Robert Cummins 1:18.05, Johnny Murray 1:19.23, Quiver White 1:21.27, and sorry, I have to go somewhere else because I can't read the line there under Quiver White. Just bear with me. Oh yeah, Aaron Kerwin 1:21.40, Daniel Ewan Kelly 1:22.57, Jack Kelly 1:23.65, Gary Maloney 1:25.51, and Ethan Mulcahy 1:28.69. So that was round 11 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. I think we can congratulate Billy White on winning the championship this year again after securing it the first time last year. But there's still a lot to play for. We still have another round to go, and there's still a few classes undecided yet. So please tune in to us again tomorrow on Benchpoint Video, Facebook and YouTube Live for round 12 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here from Dromahair, County Leitrim, and it's the Tom Devaney Memorial Hillclimb hosted by the Connacht Motor Club. Thank you very much for tuning in. Have a nice evening, and we'll see you tomorrow, and thank you for watching.